changes, changing the style of play to, adjust to the talent you have this year. What have you and Joe discussed in terms of, the new style of play and how you guys need to adjust to the new roster this year?
Well, my job and the front office's job is to put the roster together and then communicate the strengths of the individuals that we see. And then the coaches' jobs are to put styles, systems, et cetera, to maximize those strengths. So, I talk a lot more about what each person brings to the table. I think that we have a lot of guys that are unproven. And so with that comes great opportunity. And, the best way for them to really get to the point of being impactful players is to really soar with those strengths. And so making sure that we communicate well across our whole organization what we see as the value that each person can bring, and then letting the coaches do their job, which is create systems and styles and determine how best to maximize those strengths.
Brad, I want to ask about Anthony. When you signed him, he's a proven scorer in the NBA, very aggressive. Did you see him bringing that same style here to Boston, or do you want to see him open up his playmaking abilities a little bit more here?
Well, obviously we traded for him in the holiday trade, and he is an electric scorer. He's an outstanding shooter. He is a guy that, teams will legitimately be thinking about when they enter the game, right? That's a scouting report asterisk guy, right? You have to know him inside and out because he's liable to go off. His passing has been pretty good throughout his career, and his ability to create and see. And so, you hope as a guy gets to be 26 years old now that, he continues to grow in all those areas. I think we're really going to challenge him to, be himself, number one, be aggressive, and, just try to grow and accentuate the people around him on both ends of the court.
Brad, you talked about earlier this summer how the second apron was made a direct impact on the trades you guys made. You talked about how it's the front office's job to get new guys in and the coach's jobs to get the most out of them. When you're signing these new faces or making the trades for the specific players, how much of the balance is, finding guys who could fit on the court versus the future financial impact based on what happened this summer and what could happen in the future?
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt. We feel very fortunate that Anthony was included. And I said this when we traded for Niang. I think Niang's a really good player. But clearly that was more motivated by where we are in relation to the aprons and et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's, anytime you're going through a period of retooling, there's going to be the chance of having guys that maybe you didn't think of as highly, but that's not the guys we've got. We got really lucky that we get a guy like Anthony who, we're really excited about having in our program. And so I feel good about that. We knew that there was going to be a lot of change. One of the, I think my biggest motivator was, because I knew we were going to end up losing super high character teammates, which, is really important to me, was that when we get back together, though younger and maybe not as experienced and maybe not quite as full of NBA wisdom, but we're replacing those guys with good character people as well. And I think that we've got a lot of people that are unproven, but a lot of really good people. And so I'm looking forward to seeing them grow and develop.
You talk about the unproven players. How conscious are you guys of the idea of finding guys on, maybe smaller contracts that can help, when Jason comes back eventually, or when you guys start?
Yeah, that's every day, every discussion, hours a day, right? That's always the case. That was the case the last couple years, right? When you get a chance to watch Josh Minot play significant minutes over a 2-week stretch, you try to take it because, that might be the kind of guy that's available in the summer. When Minnesota was missing Garza or was missing Reed or Gobert for a certain couple of weeks, let's watch Garza. We know that he's going to get opportunities here, and it'll be consistent and see what that looks like. I think it's funny, obviously we talk about this all the time as a front office. It feels like we spend all of our time talking about guys that are potentially minimum end of roster two ways, right? Because Jason Tatum, we don't talk a lot about. Jaylen Brown, we don't talk a lot about, right? And I just think once you have that level of guy, you have to find any way to find guys that would accentuate around him.
Brad, as far as the front court, obviously that's where you guys have the most turnover. Neemias Queta had a pretty good Eurobasket run. What did you see from him in Portugal, or I should say in Latvia? And what do you kind of expect to see from him this upcoming season? What's the goals there?
Yeah, listen, it's the same thing. I think Nemi is still young in his development, young in his career in a lot of ways, but he's at a different place than he was when he first came into the league, and he was a two-way. And he's probably at a different place than he was when, even when he exited Sacramento a few years later. It's a good example of a guy that we were really excited about when he became available, because we had spent a ton of time talking about him if he ever became available a couple years ago, just because he felt like a guy that you could easily place into a group, and he'll play hard, he'll do what you ask, and he'll, give everything he has to make the team better. And I think he's improved his game. So, we'll see how that looks. I don't know how the front court's going to play itself out right now. I can't predict it. But he certainly has made great strides since he's been here, and and deserves an opportunity. And it's his to take advantage of.
Hey, Brad, NBC Boston and Telemundo. I know there's a lot of focus here on moving forward and working with the new guys. Taking just a quick step back, looking at Al Horford and what he meant for this team, his longevity here. Can you tell me if there was ever a possibility to keep him here, what the mindset, what the discussions were like, and do you expect him and hope that he would retire as Celtic?
First of all, those guys have the right to make decisions for themselves, especially when they're unrestricted free agents. Al, I've been here, when I was coaching, and flew down to Atlanta and was part of that group that tried to recruit Al to come here the first time. He left a couple years later, and then we were fortunate enough to get him back, right? So it feels like, even though there was a small interruption there, it feels like an unbelievable 8 years or somewhat of 6 years together, and 6 or 7 years together. And I just think he deserves to make whatever decision he wants. We offered both Al and Luke the opportunity to stay. But I think you can see where our contracts were with who we signed, that we were going to be handcuffed around the aprons a little bit. And I think that is part of the, we knew that there were going to have to be big moves. And then in addition to that, Luke played his way into a great opportunity and great contract, and we couldn't be more thrilled for him. Those phone calls are hard because you're not going to see those guys every day, but you're also jacked for them, to get a chance to do that. And then Al, same thing. We gave Al an offer, and but there wasn't any expectation that he wouldn't take a bigger offer elsewhere and go play, because that's his right, and that's what and he's been great for us, and we very much valued our time together.
John, B. Rob, and Jay. Brad, with the aprons kind of looming over kind of everything recently, how's that impacted the way you approach your job, evaluating who you might get? What kind of things are you looking for? You talk about unproven guys. What kind of things are you looking for in these unproven guys that make you think that they have a chance? Because missing now under the aprons is much more damaging than it used to be.
Missing on big contracts, right? Because that's ultimately that's the key, right? Your big contracts have to be really good players. We're lucky that they are, right? And I think that I think one of the things that everybody's trying to do is find those guys on the lower contracts or entering the league, or for whatever reason on their second or third chance that might be on more team friendly contracts to accentuate those very best players. And again, I know I use that word a lot, but I think that we've had guys that are good examples of that come through, and we just have to have a couple of these young guys become that. I think Sam's obviously a great example of that. I think Nemi and Luke were great examples of that. Obviously, any of these drafted guys that then end up moving past their rookie deal, right? Then you're going to have to find guys that you can bring in either as free agents, two ways, draft, whatever. A couple of those guys have to become rotation guys.
Hey, Brad. What led to the timing of the Niang deal for you guys last month, and then with the signing of Chris, what kind of led you guys to him to feel like he could be a good fit for you guys here?
Well, we knew we were going to take 14 into the season, and obviously when you looked at, I like George a lot. That was a hard conversation to have because he's a Boston kid, and I think he would have loved to play for the Celtics. I think he's going to be happy in Utah. He's been there before, and he likes that. He likes people there and everything else. But yeah, I just think when you looked at it from the standpoint of where we were wing-wise versus maybe where we were with a little bit more size and length, and then you added in that one guy made $8 million times whatever the tax was versus $2 million times whatever the tax was, or the minimum that counts as a 2.3 for us, then just made sense. Just made some logical sense, and we weren't going to take more than 14. So having the opportunity to get Chris at that time, wasn't going to be around forever.
Final two questions, Jay and Gary. You talked about all the good teammates you lost.
I can't find you.
I'm over here.
You're hiding back there like a good teammate.
Exactly. So you talked about all the good teammates you lost on top of all the production. Jaylen called it like a new era with everything that's shifted. What are the most important parts of the foundation to carry over, and how much goes on the returning guys to get everybody up to the standard that you guys have operated the last few years?
Yeah, I think the returning guys have a lot on their shoulders. There's no question about it. I think that Jaylen and Derek, Peyton, all of those guys, Sam, they have to lead by example, and they have to lead with their competitiveness, and they have to lead with their, with what they do best, right? And then I think there's huge benefit in having coaching continuity through this transition, because I think that, you also don't have coaches coaching the assistants to get them up to speed to coach the players, right? They can really help with that voice. And so I think the most important thing at the beginning of a season, and I know this sounds very elementary, but it is finding chemistry and really getting ready to compete and bringing your competitive best when the lights come on. And so I think that this group, with their off-season work, has shown a real desire to be in the gym, shown a real desire to be around each other and to get better. And but yeah, there's more on the guys with experience, and there's more on the coaches when you have a lot of new people to assimilate into the group.
Brad, maybe the first time in 10 years you guys aren't going to be picked to compete or win the East. Is there a part of you that is kind of motivated by the challenge of kind of rebuilding and retooling, and people overlooking the Celtics and saying, well, you and Indiana are going to drop because of the injury? Like, is there a part of you that's like, okay, yeah, do that, like overlook us and see what happens?
Yeah, I mean, my background was in the Horizon League, right, at Butler. When I first came here, nobody was picking us to do much, and it took us a while didn't take us as long to get back into the playoffs, but it took us a while to get back in the mix. And the one thing that I think that I'll never take for granted is being in the mix and having a chance. And as long as you've got the core that we have, then we have to do the very best we can to ultimately get to the point where we can compete at that level, right? That's our North Star. And so, yeah, there's no question there's motivation. I'm excited for the guys as a whole, but I'm really excited for the guys that are unproven. And I don't say that like when I say unproven, I'm not buying into any narrative of what they have been. We look at what they can do. And so can you take what they're capable of and make it an every night consistent thing? And when you have a chip on your shoulder, when you're competitive, and when you're motivated because you haven't gotten opportunities yet, some really good things can happen. And so I'm interested to see it. And you know, Gary, we're just going to evaluate it, you know, these first few months and see how it looks, see how it comes together. Be patient with the fact that we are getting some new guys together, but at the same time, you know, be very optimistic and, you know, not limit us and don't put a ceiling on us.
Thank you, Brad.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. This way? Questions? Questions for Jason?
How's it going, Jason? Can you take us inside, you know, that night, you know, tear the Achilles? You were able to get the surgery very quickly. Obviously, you know, Dr. O'Malley. What was that process like over those couple of days, and what did you kind of learn about the outlook for your recovery and, you know, the kind of procedure he was able to do?
I mean, it was a traumatic day. You know, from the moment that I went down to the, you know, leading days after that. It was a lot. Something I remember very vividly. It just all kind of happened so fast. You know, what you expect, what you know, I was focusing on trying to win another championship, and then, you know, the next day you in surgery and you got this big ass splint on your foot. So it all just kind of happened so fast. and it was tough to process in that moment for sure.
Jason, we've seen you in the gym. We've seen you practicing on the court a little more here. Do you feel pressure? Are you worried about this season? Do you feel the pressure of trying to return as soon as possible?
No. No pressure. I've stated that. There's no pressure to return back any sooner than, when I'm 100% healthy. No pressure from Brad, Joe, the team, the organization. The most important thing is that I'm 100% recovered and healthy whenever I do come back.
Jason, hi. Managing, that mentality. It was pretty cool to hear you share that you're on that group chat with DeJounte, Dame, and Tyrese. Has there been any kind of advice or feedback that you've gotten from that group chat that's really stuck with you and helped you to get to the place you are currently?
I think the silver lining in the relationship that we have, or I have with those guys, is we all truly understand what each other is going through. Different stages in our career, different ages, but we all can put ourselves in each other's shoes, and I think the cool part is the brotherhood part of the NBA and those conversations of truly rooting for one another and wanting each other to overcome what we all are dealing with. And I think that's special. You're not always in that situation, especially with guys from different teams. But it's like, we all understand each other and what each person is going through, and truly want the best for each guy.
Jason, you said you want to come back in front of the home fans. Do you personally, either like any specific game or opponent that you want to play when you come back?
I don't care who we play. It's going to be a home game.
Jason, with your recovery to this point, obviously you were back on the court for the first time last week. Are you, as of right now, like where you want to be in your recovery timeline go, and how's just the process gone for you so far?
Yeah, I'm in a really good spot. It'll be 5 months tomorrow, so how has it been? It's been long. It's been a long journey. It's tough to answer that question in 45 seconds, but I think for me there's been bright spots, and getting back on the court and being able to participate in a basketball workout was definitely one of the more bright spots of this journey. It just felt really good to be on the court and dribbling the basketball, going through a workout, just feeling like a basketball player again.
Jason, this is something that you haven't done before, going into this training camp, really focusing on yourself. How are you approaching the rest of the group, and what are you seeing your role as with this new team that has so many new faces?
I don't have a specific answer. This is new. This is, I'm figuring it out as I go. Still very much a part of the team, being at practice and at the games and things like that. Obviously, you won't be able to participate during practice, so that's going to be tough. But just being integrated and being around as much as I can, still while rehabbing and getting myself right.
You've talked a bit about how the first couple weeks were so emotionally difficult, and then now it seems like your outlook is like you're feeling physically stronger and back on the court and all of that. Was there a turning point in your recovery where you felt like mentally something shifted, whether it was a milestone or just like something that you realized that kind of made mentally things go easier?
Yes, there's not like one specific one. There's just like different phases of it. And I think, the toughest part was at the beginning, just kind of being in disbelief. And you really just, for me, I had to accept it. I think at the moment I accepted that this happened and this was going to be a part of my life and my journey, I started to see a turning point. But then, you're on crutches and you have a scooter and a boot and, then you drop one crutch and then you drop both crutches. And I think at that point, things that you take for granted, you walking around and my hands were free. That made me feel a little bit more normal. Getting out of the boot made all the difference. Then your weightlifting workouts start to feel a lot more normal. The last week I've been on the court, but now it's a tough spot to be in because the team is practicing tomorrow and I won't be able to be out there. So I'm certain that when the season starts and I'm not out there, that'll be mentally challenging. But you just try to look for bright days and when you can get them.
Jason, on day 25 after the injury, you tweeted it's getting a little easier. Day 45, you said it was BS. Today's day 140. What is today's tweet?
That's a good question. I think today is cool. Being at my 9th media day, it's my 9th year in the league. It's a lot of things to be proud of and excited about. I think tomorrow will be tough, when practice starts and I won't be able to be out there. So I would say it's like this process is a lot of that. Like, some days are just better than others. And you just got to be able to balance that.
Thank you, Jason.
Joe, you guys have played a certain brand of basketball with the same roster for the past 2 years. What goes into the process of figuring out what style of basketball suits this new group, even with the carryover of guys who were still a part of that other group?
Yeah, and I think you just take in, you're always trying to, regardless of what your roster is, you're just trying to maximize it. So you play to the strengths of your roster. You also play to the strengths and an awareness of the environment. What wins night in and night out over the course of the NBA. I think the NBA is always changing, so you have to stay up on the trends. At the same time, you got to maximize the personnel and the roster that you have. So hopefully that's something that we'll do every year, regardless of who we have.
Joe, going into this season, is there any extra motivation? Because obviously the talk is that you guys are going to take a step back and there's a rebuild and all the terminologies for not being as good as you were. Personally, is there more motivation? Do you need any more motivation? Like, how is your mental approach entering this season?
Yeah, I mean, I think if I ever get to the point where I start, basing my motivation on the expectation of others and people that I've never met before, I'll retire and quit. So to me, it's like you wake up every day and you have a standard and expectation for your family, for your household, and then when you come in for the building, and regardless of who's on the team, that'll never change. So it doesn't guarantee you anything, but I think you got to be able to push yourself. You got to be able to hold yourself to a standard, and that's not only at home. That's when you come to work every day. So that's really the focus. I think is not allowing others to put expectations onto you. But if you don't have high expectations for yourself, you're not going to get to where you want to get to. So every season picks up a life of its own. Every journey is different. Every team is different. And I think you have to kind of look into that as you head into any season.
So the goal is to win a championship?
Every year should be. I mean, whether you lose the year before. But I don't know if it's not to win. It's to do everything to go after the process of winning a championship, because I think there's a ton that's out of your control. But at the end of the day, the process of winning is the ultimate goal, and that will forever be the goal as long as you coach. I think when you don't have that, you shouldn't do it. I have no idea what's going to happen, but I do know we'll treat it as such that we will have the process of winning every single day, and what happens from there happens from there.
Joe, we talk a lot to the players about what they've done in this offseason to change themselves and improve their game. What have you done as a coach and as a person to improve yourself and be ready for the season?
Yeah, just I think a part of that comes into learning the league. I think there's a ton of great coaches, there's a ton of great players, there's a lot of trends, a lot of things going on, a lot of new ideas coming into the league, so you want to stay up on that as much as you can, figure out where the game is going, not only this year, in the next 3 to 5 years. And then obviously, just, growing as a person, obviously getting better. I think every year you're in it, you want to learn about yourself. I think the season exposes yourself to yourself as far as kind of how you've gotten better as a coach, as a person, the ideas that you have, the creativity, your ability to think under pressure, all those things. So, just kind of take a holistic approach to that and continue to keep an open mind to getting better.
Joe, how does this year's training camp differ from last year's? You had a lot of cohesion last year. This year's a lot of new names, probably have to do a lot more teaching. How do you approach this differently? What's the goal? Is that any different?
No, it's not different. I mean, at the end of the day, we have a core guys that have been here a long time that understand, Celtic basketball, kind of how we do things. And then we got a group of guys that have been here for 6 weeks, our staff, and, the guys have done a great job being here, playing, and understanding that system. I think, again, you can't take for granted the cohesiveness. Whether you're together for 5 years or 1 year, you can't take that for granted. And so you got to build that regardless. And so I think that's an important piece. And then, understanding the game is something that you have to teach all the time, their habits, their mindsets. So if, the same video session that we showed 2 years ago is the same one we showed this year. Some of the clips are different, but the themes remain the same. You got to have a process to winning. You got to stick to the things that impact winning. You have an understanding of what those things are on a nightly basis. And then you have to have an ability to play for something something bigger than yourself. So all those are the same. It's a matter of maybe finding different ways, year in and year out to working to achieve those on and off the court.
Hi, Joe. I'm just wondering, I think Jason spoke a little bit about just you being there for him throughout the rehab process. I was just wondering, I guess just your thought process and just being there for him throughout that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's your responsibility as a coach to be there for you guys. So, whenever I could lift with them, whenever I could be there for treatment, whenever I could rebound for them, I think it was important to do that. I think as a guy that's going through stuff, you have to know that going through it together. And I think that's a piece that's important. So I was there for the first time he walked. I was there for the first time he ran. I was there for the first shots that he took. So I think it's important, and you try to do that for everybody. I think one of the things in the off season that I like to do is turnover in the building as well, right? And so in those moments you rely on the alignment. The Celtics have been a successful culture for a long time. They were in the past, they are now, and they will be long, when we're all out of here. So relying on the foundation of that, at the same time, getting to know people, meeting where they're at, having an understanding that, they impact winning. One of the things that I've learned in 3 years is practice starts at 11. By the time you get to practice, there's already been 5, 6 interactions that the players have had with people in other departments of the building, and if you don't win those interactions, you can't get the best of practice. So, the people in the building are actually much more important than I am because they see the players first, whether it's kitchen, whether it's security, whether it's medical or strength and conditioning, like those interactions play a huge part in making sure by the time we get to the court, we're, ready to go. So that's kind of how you build it, is the empowerment and the ownership to understand that everyone plays a part in winning, and, you go about that every day.
When it comes to what you saw from Nimi at Eurobasket, whether it's his confidence in being more vocal on the court or something with his game, what do you think he can take from that will translate to an NBA setting?
Yeah, I think it's a physical game, obviously, and then, I think the physicality of the game, the talent of the game, his pool they had a lot of talent on there, and then I think just the passion in with which you represent your country is, very similar to playing for the Celtics, and so I think being able to leverage those things, but just reps, I think reps under duress, doing it every other night, he's proven that he can do. And now we have the confidence that he could do it every night. And it's just the details over and over again.
Thank you, Joe.
Thanks.
Your role might be here. Do you see yourself more as a 5 or perimeter player on this team? What do you think that's going to be like?
I mean, I think it was more thinking about like where I'm at in my career, and I've been in Toronto for 7, 8 years, and obviously we had a great year with a championship and all, but also years where we were not winning and all, and it impacted my time of playing and all. And I also feel like I still have a lot to give to the game, so. I wanted to go somewhere where I felt like there was a winning culture, winning, energy, and also feeling like I wanted to see something different. I want to be able to, kind of show what I'm capable of doing and multiple ways in the game. And when I first came here and talked to Brad and all, they were all telling me how, they wanted me for a few years already. So it felt good to be able to be in a position where I'm wanted and I'm able to help, and also with the way that this year is going, I think that is a lot of opportunities for me to be able to be on the court and show what I'm capable of doing as a vet, but also as a, wherever position they put me in.
At this point in your career, what do you think you can bring the most to a team? You mentioned, you're a vet, but what aspects of your game do you feel like you can immediately contribute the most?
Well, I feel like my whole career has always been the same. I was, going into the year not knowing what's going to be, but always finding ways to impact the game. And something that I've always done is, just find a way to change the game. Just, put the energy. If the game is down, if we're down 10, trying to figure out how to tie it, or no matter what it was, I feel like the one thing that I was able to do is just to be able to bring different ways to the game. If it's a 3 or rebound, if it's a rebound, hustle, take a charge, even if things have to get a little bit feisty sometimes, I think that's something that I've always done. And, I have a lot of energy to give, so I think that's something that does half of the work. And through the years, I've gotten better also with my skills, and also when you put it all together, it makes you be able to change a lot of things in the game.
Chris, I know you guys haven't started training camp just yet, but have you gotten the chance to talk to some of the guys who've been here a while? Jason, Jaylen, I know you played in college with Peyton, him, or Derek. Like, what have some of those conversations been like?
Well, I played in college with Peyton. Peyton was one of the first one that hit me. Obviously, we won a couple championship and all in college, and also that communication already happened. Jason is always here working and all with his rehab, so I think that's I was always around him and just kind of like picking up his brain on whatever I could do for this team. Jaylen Brown also. Derek White was in Colorado and I played in Oregon too. So I have a lot of the coming here was a lot easier, and like you sometimes feel like, okay, I'm not sure how to approach these guys and all, but here was a lot easier, and it made me feel like a family, especially Coach Joe. I think that he came, I got baptized this week, and he came to that too. So it just shows how much, they cared and how much they want me to, to feel comfortable here. So it's been amazing.
Yeah, Chris, that was my question. I mean, you've experienced a few coaches now. What are your first impressions of Joe Mazzulla in the gym, and just how unique he is? And then what did it mean for him to go? Because he pointed that out to us as well. Yeah,
I mean, I feel like me and Joe are kind of the same person. We're a really, really mellow person. And obviously we have, your character comes out more when you get to know us and all. But I think that, just the fact that they show that I was a family, like show me a brotherhood, and just tell them, like it's not easy to just move in and kind of start over again and all. But Joe really helped me with that, and Brad too. And like I said, it's been a really, really, really warm, welcoming here, and it helps a lot easier to get started with training camp.
Yeah, hi, Chris. Was consistency something that you struggled with as a player? And then the other question I wanted to ask you was that you won a championship in know what a winning culture is about. How much do people like Kyle and Kawhi influence you, and what did you learn from them?
Yeah, I mean, I think consistency has a factor in everything in life. Obviously, if you don't get minutes consistently or whatever, you kind of find ways to kind of keep in shape and stay in game mode. So, I feel like I find ways to always be effective regardless, no matter what, not knowing how many minutes I'm gonna play and all. So I was always able to get better at that. When it comes to championship in Toronto and Kyle and Kawhi, just one thing I've learned is how to be professional. These guys were already all-stars and all, and coming to the gym every day and work on their game and try to figure out ways to get better every time. So that really gave me the first look of like, okay, well, even if you made it, you still got some work to do and all. And before that, I was with Golden State, and I had Kevin Durant, Draymond Green, Iguodala, and all these guys. So I've seen a lot of great players in front of me putting the work, and it just shows you how much work you got to put in. And even now, I got here and I'm a lot older, and I know what it takes to get to where we need to be. You still see a guy like Jason Tatum, All-Star, MVP, and all, is still there working extremely hard, and Jaylen Brown and all these guys. So now you can see it all across around the league. You realize that there's a reason why some players are better than others. There's a reason why some teams are better than others, and the work shows it.
Last season was one of your more effective production-wise from beyond the arc. Was there something you changed going into the year, something that clicked, or what do you attribute that to?
I think it's more like knowing where my shots are coming from. I think that my first couple of years, it was more trigger happy, trying to just show that I could shoot threes. But by the time we are now, I think that the league knows that we are capable of making threes, and it's just about taking the great ones. And when you take good ones, usually the margins are a lot better. So that will help me. But I think also being on a team that shoots a lot of threes and that kind of like, always finds the perfect shot, that will also help me too, because it's a lot easier to make, clean shots than contested ones.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah.
shit, my bad, gang.
How you doing?
Hey, Anthony, how you doing? What was your reaction to getting traded to Boston, and how confident were you that you were going to stay here once you landed here? What did they communicate about that to you?
You know, obviously, you know, you hear a lot of stories about getting traded in general, and you know, all the stories are different. But for me, I mean, I was super excited for the opportunity to come here and join a culture that's already been set, and you know, something that you know was going to help my career out tremendously. Just you know, playing at the highest level and winning basketball, and that's what I was excited about. You know, joining and you know, being a part of.
After 7 years in Portland, what was it like to be leaving there? And then once you actually got here, what's it been like getting to know everyone in the organization?
Yeah, obviously, you know, once you've been, I feel like once I was there for that long, you never saw yourself leaving. It was kind of a surreal moment that it actually happened. But like I said, I, you know, turned the page and knew that I was going to a great spot and coming here into a great organization. Everybody that's been here said great things about the organization. My vet, E.T., said that he loved it here. So, you know, I was pretty excited about it. And everybody in the building was, you know, it's been pretty good to me. And I'm pretty excited about, you know, being a part of something that's, you know, historic.
Anthony, for the last few years, the Celtics have shot a lot of threes, and that's something you're particularly good at. What excites you about potentially playing that play style, and what have your conversations with Joe been like about, you know, how you could fit into that type of game that they've been playing?
Yeah, just he wants me to be comfortable and just be myself. He knows that I know he's gonna push me to be become an even better player, and you know, obviously shooting the threes is something I enjoy, you know, shooting. So that's not really a discussion we've had about specifically shooting threes, but you know, he wants me to be myself when I go into the game. So that's what, you know, makes me a little bit more at ease about joining a new situation.
Celtics fans know that you can score, obviously, just from looking you up. But for a lot of fans that haven't watched a lot of you play, you know, being on Pacific time, what would you want new Celtics or Celtics fans to know about you, both as a player and as a person?
I go out there and, you know, try to do my best to help the team win, whether that's scoring or doing other things. But you know, I think being in this situation, like I said, and Joe pushing me every single day and being in this type of environment is going to bring the best out in me and some of the things that, you know, I might have not seen in the past. And so that's one of the things I'm excited about, just being around other great players like JB, Derek, Peyton, Sam. They all, you know, play winning basketball at a high level for multiple years now. And I want to be able to join and contribute to that as well, and just play my part in helping us, you know, continue the same tradition that has been since I've, you know, been here.
Anthony, you're kind of a man of a few words. You don't. You
For sure.
Yeah. You keep to yourself. Do you feel like you've been overlooked, overshadowed in Portland? I mean, obviously you put those years in. You took over for Dame when he left. Do you feel like this can be a showcase for you to show your skills on a bigger stage?
Yeah, obviously, you know, you're in a smaller market over there, so obviously, naturally, you know, if you're not doing something extraordinary in those type of markets, then you can get overlooked. I think I've done things that, you know, I can be proud of based off my career. Obviously, you know, the past couple of years in Portland, we weren't necessarily winning or making the playoffs, but I think I was, you know, playing well and getting better at some things, and so those things can get overlooked just because you're not winning games. And I think that's why I'm excited about being here, because whether it looks different, I'm contributing to winning games, and that's and especially here in Boston, it was a big market, and so that's going to help me naturally get some recognition. But ultimately, like, I just want to contribute to the winning, no matter how that looks like.
Anthony, over here to your left, Obviously, everybody knows you as an elite scorer. One of the criticisms about you is defensively on that side of the ball.
Right.
What have you spoken to Joe about when it comes to that? The Celtics are a defensive-minded team. And what do you think you can bring on that end?
Yeah, we've talked about it, and it's just a matter of if I want to do it or not. You know what I mean? It's really that simple. Like I said, coming into a culture like this, you have to be able to adapt, or you're not gonna be in the position that you want to be, and whether it's playing or not playing. So to me, it's really that simple, and that's the honest conversations we had about it. And he always says that you're not as bad as people think you are, and so that's good to hear. But also, I got to do the work to get better in that end and focus in on exactly what we need to do on the defensive end. And so, like I said, I'm pretty excited about being pushed into a new level of which I can reach.
Anthony over here. What are your impressions of the Boston sports scene, and now how do you feel about being a part of it?
It's great. I mean, obviously, like I said, coming from Portland, it's just they were the only team in the city other than the soccer team. But coming to a new city, you can actually get involved in the sports teams. I went to the Patriots game last week against the Steelers, and I plan on going to a Red Sox game. So I'm pretty excited about actually going out and watching other sports, because I enjoy sports in general. So I'm pretty excited about actually going out and seeing those things live. So I wasn't able to, obviously, for the past 7 years. I know, but I've never been to a baseball game, so I'm like, all right. So they made it the playoffs. I'm like, all right, my first one. It's gonna be a playoff game.
Hi, Anthony. You stepped into a bigger role when Dame left and proved that you could be a 20-point scorer. So how do you feel that progression is going to help you here, especially as you're on that expiring deal?
I think I learned a lot from being I guess you could say number one option on the team, whether, dealing with, the best defenders guarding me each and every game, different defensive coverages, getting double team, blitzed, or whatever you want to call it. I learned a lot from dealing with that. And obviously coming here, it might still happen, but still we got Jaylen Brown that's taking that responsibility. So I'm pretty excited about being able to contribute in a different way, maybe closer to how I was at the beginning of my career when I was playing with Dame and CJ. So I'm excited about, playing in that type of role, and still being who I am, still learning from the things that I learned being the number one option. So I'm just excited about the opportunity that, being able to play with guys that, for me, that I've looked to it from afar and respected, their games and how they played.
Well, that's it. Along those lines, and talking about contributing, you started 70 games last year. Is that something that's important to you, that kind of role, and how do you view it, and what kind of conversations have you had with Joe and the staff about that?
Yeah, I mean, I understand the situation I'm coming into, so, and I understand my goals as a player and as a team. We want to win, so, and I want to win. Like I said, I want to contribute to winning at the highest level, and so whatever how that looks, I'm fine with. You know what I mean? So it can vary game to game. That's what's been said, and so I'm pretty just excited about the opportunity to play with with all these guys, and like I said, contribute to winning. Appreciate it.
How you doing? Morning, guys.
All right. Questions for Nene? Yeah.
Amy, obviously there's been a lot of changes this summer in terms of guys moving out, new guys coming in. I know Jason's still been around the team, and obviously Jaylen's still here. What does the leadership look like from you and some of those guys now that guys like Al and Drew and KP, guys who've been here for a few years, are out?
Yeah, it's a different team. We lost a lot of the main voices in the locker room, a lot of our veteran leadership. But like we said, it's a part of our growth. As younger guys, we also got to find our voice, be more vocal, and it's gonna be like a committee thing. Like we all gotta improve a little bit more, just contribute a little bit more with the voices. Everybody put in a little bit more of their 5% and go from there.
What does that look like for you? Like, what areas do you want to grow this year in terms of that leadership? Like, what are some ways you're already starting to do that alongside Jaylen and some of the other guys? Like, what is that looking like early on?
Yeah, being around here for 2 years, you learn a lot about the stuff that we want to do. Whether it's just vocabulary or the experience of being on the court with the guys that have been here longer, and we know what we want to get to. So wherever I see, just be more vocal, just find my voice and just talk more. I think that's with time. That'll be key for me in my development, and just want to keep doing that over and over. You just can't stress it enough. Like, just keep doing it.
Obviously, you had a productive showing at Eurobasket, and we're in a leadership role there. What do you think you can take from that experience and apply to an NBA setting?
Yeah, it's pretty much the same. Like I said, keeping the same confidence, using the same voice, just being vocal, being one of the guys that has more experience here for a little now. Like, I just want to make sure I'm trying to help the guys and just make their transition seamless, the new guys, so they can be up to speed and we all can be on the same page, because that's the way to win.
I mean, along those lines, you showed a couple of new things at Eurobasket. You're here now, having played with Al, played with Kristaps, played with some, elite bigs. What do you take from their game? How have you expanded your game? What have you used from the past that you're going to apply to this season?
Yeah, I think those guys were really good at just being versatile. Whatever you needed from them every game, they would figure it out. Whether it was rebounding, whether it was like scoring, whether it was like just playing, getting blocks, being help side, being great defenders. I think that's one of the keys. I want to make sure I'm there this year. Just be versatile, do whatever I can to help the team win, because that's what those guys did, and it worked for us. So I just want to help and do the same thing. Whenever it comes down to that, just be myself and help the team win with whatever is needed from me.
Nimi, specifically Al Horford, what are some of the lessons that he taught you during your time together?
Yeah, Al's been here for so long, and he's been in the league for a long time. There's not many things that he hasn't seen in this league. Just having that brain to talk to, and just ask him questions about stuff that I could learn from him. He's also been a big that learned how to play defense at a high level, and I think that was the main key, like just figuring out how to be a sustainable defensive presence. So I was just consistently asking him questions about stuff like that, and he helped me a lot to develop in that aspect.
Hi, Nimi. I already asked you this last season, but let me ask it again. There were stretches of time where you played consistently and contributing a lot, and then there were times when you weren't. What did you learn about your professionalism by having to step back and watch at that point?
I think it's something that you gotta just get used to it. Sometimes your name might get called up to help the team win. Sometimes it's another guy's turn. I feel like the main thing for me was just keeping on learning how to stay impactful, no matter how much time I missed. No matter what, just come into the game and just help impact that specific game. Whether I played 7-8 games in a row, whether I haven't played for 6 games, I think the main thing is just taking it day by day. Whether I'm not playing, just coming in, getting the work in the weight room, keeping on getting better. Whenever my name gets called, I can be ready for the opportunity, and that's the main key. You can't really skip steps in this league because eventually it will show.
Thank you. Perfect. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. Stay right here. Come on. Got the mic if you want.
All right. Questions for Baylor? Jack first, then Sam.
Hey Baylor, you guys have a new looking team this year. Obviously, you got some pieces coming back, Jaylen, you, Peyton, Derek, Nemi. But with all the guys going out, how has the coaching staff been preparing you for what could potentially be a new play style next year versus like trying to stick to what you guys have been doing?
Obviously, I feel like, especially a lot of us young guys, we've been here all summer and kind of been able to adjust to what we're trying to do throughout the summer workouts, and it's kind of allowed us to already be kind of super comfortable with, what we're trying to do this year with the new team that we do have. And I think all the guys really have become super comfortable with what the coaches are preaching to us in the workouts and when we're playing fives and stuff like that. So I don't feel like it's been a huge adjustment.
What do you think is going to surprise people about your game or your growth this season the most?
I'd probably just say defensively, just being a defensive playmaker and being able to use my instincts to, impact the game in a positive way on the defensive side of the ball.
Jaylen's obviously going to be taking on a greater responsibility this year with Jason out. What have you noticed about him and his leadership since you've been around him, and has that even changed, over the time since, Jason's had that injury and you guys have been working out over the summer?
Yeah, JB's always been a leader for us. Even when JT was obviously healthy, and I think obviously now that JT is going to be out, he's definitely taking that load on even more. But he's super motivated as always, and you can definitely tell by the way he's approaching the off season, the workouts when he's in the building. Just communicating with everybody, making sure everybody's good, and then on the court as well. Just like I said, his focus and attention to detail in the workouts.
Hey Baylor, you mentioned that you guys have been here most of the summer. Was that the case for you last summer as well, or is this kind of ramp up and different?
Yeah, I think it was a little different. Obviously, the previous summer they had won it all, and so they were gone for a longer period of time. And this summer we were definitely here for a little longer.
Baylor, what would you say the most important lesson you learned was over the course of your first NBA season?
I think it was just the preparation. Just prepare like you're going to play every night, even if you're not going to play. That way, when you are thrown into the game, you're prepared and ready to go because you never know when your number's going to be called. I think that's probably the biggest thing I learned over the course of year one.
We've kind of mentioned this, but it was a big summer of change for this team. What was that like for you, experiencing all of that? And then how different does the gym feel right now?
I think for me personally, there wasn't necessarily a huge difference in the way I approached the summer based on the change. I knew I was going to be, super motivated to come in and improve and get better physically and mentally and on the court and in the weight room. And I think that's what I did regardless of, the changes. And then obviously in the gym, you lose people, you add people. There's going to be different, different characters on the team. But everybody that's come in that's new has been great, and really enjoyed getting to know them and spend some time with them on the court and off the court. So it's a different vibe because you got different people, but it's still a great vibe.
Great, thank you, Bill.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Questions? Bobby.
How's it going, Luca?
How we doing?
A lot of talk going into the season, you guys being around the gym in the off season to learn, what you guys want to do this year and maybe changing play styles a little bit. How much have you learned about what the overall style of this team is going to be this year in terms of pace or whatever that might be?
Yeah, I mean, I obviously wasn't here before, so all I know is kind of what we've been putting in now and the structure we've been kind of working on. And I think a lot of it has to do with just, playing at a high and fast pace and getting up and down the court, which, definitely as a player I enjoy and just kind of always been where I feel like I'm the best is, being able to, push the pace, run the court, whatever it has to be, set early screens, get guys open. So, yeah.
I have kind of a couple, Christian, if that's okay. Hi, Luca. Welcome.
How you doing? Thank you.
You guys have been super active in the short amount of time that you've been here. What has it been like to represent the Celtics organization around Boston, from going to the Patriots game and all of the community events that you guys have done already?
Yeah, it's been incredible. I mean, I think it's just a different feel when you're able to put, this kind of jersey on and just, be able to be a Boston Celtic. Just as a basketball fan my whole life and growing up, I feel like I'm learning now what it means, but I think I've always kind of known what it meant to play for, a franchise like this and the winning that has happened here and the responsibility you have with this platform to represent yourself and, have a good image and, try to inspire and positively impact anybody you encounter.
Is that okay? How do you view the opportunity in the front court? Because there's so many changes there from a season ago, and I know you mentioned you weren't here, but how are you approaching that, and what opportunity do you see there?
Yeah, I mean, this is an incredible opportunity for me, especially at this stage of my career. And obviously, the last couple of years, I've been on some teams with some with incredible depth, especially in the big man position. So to be here, just feel like there's a real chance for me, real opportunity, real runway to go out there and show what I can do. And so I'm excited for it. That was the main part of the draw. Obviously, being able to do that as a Boston Celtic is pretty awesome as well. So I'm just really excited here, and I feel ready for the opportunity based on the work I've done my whole life, but especially since being in the league and the guys I've learned from, and yeah.
Luke, I know you guys haven't started practice just yet, but since you've gotten here, what has it been like, talking to Jaylen or Derek or some of the leaders who have been in Boston for a while, or even the coaching staff, and what are those conversations been like with those guys helping you get acclimated here?
Yeah, I mean, those guys are obviously, tremendous, people, first off. And so just helping me feel settled here, feel comfortable. And, I think from both sides, I wanted to, kind of learn and understand, what they like on the court in terms of, just their tendencies and stuff like that, how I can help them. And, I think it was kind of likewise in terms of feeling each other out. And I think that's what's been great about the, last few weeks and being here and just being able to, get up and down a little bit, play and kind of, get those initial, the initial ability to kind of just feel, what this guy wants, and for them, and my guy who's going to pop more, roll more, whatever it is, and just kind of understanding what my kind of balance is going into the game. So it's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of competition, which, any, true competitor loves. So it's been great.
This summer, you spoke about having the blueprint from seeing guys like Naz and Nikhil go from a similar position to you to their status in the league now. What specifically did you see from them that you're applying?
Yeah, I think they were just ready for their moment, and they were just so had an unwavering confidence. And even when they weren't getting an opportunity, they stayed ready. And when that time came, they made it and proved it over and over again until no one can kind of put them back in that position that they were. Obviously I had been in Minnesota when Naz was getting DNPs to obviously where he's at now, and that'll never happen to him again. And the same thing with Nikhil, coming from Utah, and kind of didn't know where his career was going to end up after that. And we had some injuries in that, and we made a run in the playoffs, and he was a huge part of that. And especially that first year there, he was starting and showing what he can do. And obviously everyone saw the contract he signed this summer, and I being able to see him for those 3 years and the work that he put in every single day is no surprise. And so it's definitely awesome to have examples like that to look towards and to have been around and know that I can do the same.
Yeah. Hi, Luca. Watching you from your college career and now as an NBA player, what's been the biggest adjustment? Observing you, you're a tremendous teammate. Is it confidence now? Is it adapting to physicality? And because your game was so unique in college, is it a sense of finding your identity as an NBA player?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first couple of years in the league as well was just kind of finding what my role could be. How I fit in, and I think especially early on for me, I think confidence was something I struggled with a little bit. Just being able to be, realizing that every guy was the best player in their college team, and you got to be able to be yourself out there and not just try to fit in. And so I think I was able to learn that, especially in my years in Minnesota, and make sure that anytime I'm on the court that, I'm going to be, authentically myself and who I am as a player. But I think, I've been through a lot of changes in terms of my body. Obviously in college I was 275 pounds and, I got all the way down to 238 and, kind of just a reshift. And now I'm a little bit, I think I built it right in a good frame and being around 250. So I feel really, really good with where I'm at and how I'm moving. And I think in my 4 years in the NBA, I've been able to find what my game is and how I can impact winning at this level.
Thank you, Luka.
Yeah, absolutely.
How's it going, Jordan? What did you focus on this offseason? Where do you feel like your game grew, and what are you looking to get out of this season as you head into your third season?
Obviously, I want to get a championship out of the season. Obviously, I think the biggest things that I've been working on is affecting the game without the ball, primarily on offense. I feel like in Summer League, I had a focus of, trying to sprint the floor, trying to get in transition, trying to run, and be an outlet guy, get on cuts. Obviously, I did have a lot of time with the ball in my hands, but knowing that here, it's not going to be like that. I'm trying to switch my mentality to having kind of what I call like a high role player IQ, of just affecting the game in ways that without the ball, basically.
Just to build off that, what do you think has helped you build the role player IQ over the last couple seasons, observing, seeing the team have the success they've had, and so on?
I think one of the biggest things was I felt like Drew Holiday was a big piece of that, big representative of that. I've tried to take as much as I can from him, obviously on the defensive side, but a lot of it too is just watching film and realizing that, to build team chemistry and to give our team a better chance, guys like Jason Tatum and JB have to have the ball in their hands. So whether it's going to find them on a pin down screen or passing up my shot to get them a shot, stuff like that is kind of just stuff I keep seeing.
Jordan, Jaylen's talked about how because there are so many new faces, you guys have been making more of an effort to do things off the court together and kind of speed up building that chemistry. What's that experience been like from your end this summer as far as just getting to know all the new guys? And do you have any highlights of things you guys have done together?
Just last night, me and a lot of the guys went to NBA Youngboys concert together, shared some food, had a good time, just, trying to get into, trying to build a family, with the new guys. I think that's important. I think that JB's taking steps to do it. I think DY's taking steps. Obviously, those guys being now the older guys on the team, it's kind of their responsibility to take that leadership role, and I feel like they're doing a great job.
Yeah, that's my question along those lines. How different does it feel in the gym this time around? I mean, it's kind of crazy. You've been here one of the longest tenured Celtics at the moment. And then just what was it like saying goodbye to Al? And I know you guys were pretty close, and did you ever end up watching all the movies that he had for you?
Yeah, I feel like I've been talking about those movies a lot today.
Button on it. We'll close it here, I promise.
So, it feels real, like completely different. Not only just because Al, Luke, and those guys are gone, but because JT's out and we're not seeing him every day in the workouts. So that's also makes a big difference, even though he's not as much of a vocal leader as, like an Al or like a Luke, he's more of a silent leader. And so just not seeing him there, it takes a toll on some of the guys because it's we're so used to it. But it definitely feels different. It feels new. It feels fresh. It feels like an opportunity. And I feel like a lot of the guys here who are, haven't made a name for themselves like me, have an opportunity here to take a chance at carving out a role, carving out, a career. And so you can feel that in the air.
You talk about affecting the game without the ball. One of the early storylines is going to be a little bit of a stylistic shift for this team, a lot more cutting, a lot more up-tempo play. How much do you think that can benefit you? Do you think you have an opportunity here to take advantage with the style of play that more fits who you are as a basketball player?
I think that going into this year, taking advantage of my athleticism will be my winning point, my strong point. I feel like I've come a long way with my three-point shot. I feel like if I'm open and I catch the ball, it's going in. And I feel like my team feels that way, and I feel like the coaches and staff feel that way too. So just trying to use that to my advantage, getting the respect of not just our guys, but the defenders to close out on me, and then using my athleticism to get downhill, get to the rim, whatever, kick it and then cut off of that, kick it, set a ball screen, slip, whatever it is. Being more athletic, being more involved. I feel like in the past, it's been a lot of, swing the ball, stand still, watch JT ISO, watch JB ISO, set a ball screen ISO. And I think that what Joe wants is it to be more of a, 5 in, 5 out type of rotation where it's we're all going super hard 4 or 5 minutes. boom, switch out, come in, new 5, whatever, and then fight for 4 or 5 minutes.
Thank you, Jordan.
Yep.
I haven't seen that yet. Dan Pritchard, ladies and gentlemen. Questions for him?
Hey, Peyton, how's it going?
How you doing?
Good. Last season, going into training camp, you talked about 2 of your goals offensively, being more efficient, shooting threes off the dribble, and then just wanting to make an impact defensively, especially on the ball. This season, what are your goals going into the year?
I think, always striving offensively to be more efficient. I think be more efficient taking off the dribble threes at a higher rate. The best three-point shooters in the league, like Steph and them, they are unbelievable off catch and shoot and off the dribble. So that's an area I think playmaking, making the game even easier for my teammates. That can be with passing, but also like being a great screen setter and stuff like that. I feel like the gravity that I can attract off the ball, obviously people don't want me to shoot threes, so how do I use that to help teammates around me? Defensively now, I definitely need to be more active with my hands. I feel like I do a good job of keeping people in front, making them shoot tough shots, stuff like that. But like, how can I get more steals? How can I create transition opportunities to get easy baskets and get out and run? So, it's always looking forward to every season to add to my game and keep growing as a player. So.
I have 2, Christian, just so. My first one is, obviously we're going to ask you about this, the rule changes that last-second heaves aren't going to count against your field goal percentage.
Yep.
What are your feelings on that as a man who was never afraid to take one of those?
I mean, it's a rule change. I mean, I would have taken them regardless, but maybe it'll benefit me in having a higher three-point percentage now. So maybe it's a good thing for me because I definitely took one probably about every game. So might go from a 41 to a 43.
And then how has your role on this team changed after this summer and guys in and out? And how much more of a leadership role are you taking?
For sure. I think there's a jump in the leadership role. There's a place to be taken there. And that can be in different ways. Vocally, there will be moments. But, you can lead by the way I show up and work every day, how hard I compete. Never taking a game off, never taking a play off. So that's all leadership qualities. You can't be a leader unless you are doing everything at the highest of levels. If I'm showing up, doing weights, doing my treatment, being on court, then I can challenge guys to do the same if I'm doing that. So that's the part of the leadership role that I'm ready to take. And, just helping the team win and strive for greatness.
Hey, Peyton, over here. You guys have a pretty different team going into this year. You lost a lot of the pieces that were, key parts of your offense and defense. What's the balance of sort of trying to maintain the play style you guys have had success with the past 2 seasons versus adapting to the new personnel you have, and how will that affect your game and just the team in general?
Well, I definitely think we need to adapt. We do not have the same team, a lot of different players. I think we need to play a lot faster. A great opportunity for some of the new faces to come in here and show what they're capable of doing and helping winning. But yeah, definitely you're gonna have to. But regardless if you kept the same team, you're gonna have to find new ways to win. The year we won, we had to make slight changes to even be better the next year. And the NBA is always evolving, so you got to evolve with it.
Hey, Peyton. I know you've experienced a lot with this group. From trying to find a role to being key contributor to the championship run to sixth man of the year. And we know you journal a lot, so if you could write the next chapter of your story, how do you envision it going?
Well, I hate so I'm not the type of person to put goals out there of like saying like last year I never said like, oh, I'm gonna be sixth man of the year. Like this year, it's not a goal of like, oh, I'm gonna be an all-star or anything like that. That's never the mindset. For me, the goals I put down on pen and paper are what can I control every day. So what habits, like last year I cut out, drinking alcohol for the year. So like little things like that, like my sleep habits, my work habits, if I can put those as goals and I achieve those, then the rest will take care of it. My game will elevate again because of the things that I'm doing to be successful. So, when you talk about journaling, it's more things of that nature, more things what people are saying, motivating factors that I can read at times when I'm struggling for motivation on days that are harder to get up, days that I'm tired on a back-to-back, that playing that game might be a little bit more difficult. Reading sometimes the negative things or the people that doubted me, brings energy for me to show up that night and perform at my best.
Did you put any new entries like no alcohol? Did you do anything for this year?
Yeah, so obviously I'll do that again because I thought that was successful. I think sleep, especially for an NBA season, is very important. So just trying to have a sleep goal every night. Now it's hard on back-to-backs, but I would say more of the recovery aspect. There's an opportunity to play a little bit more minutes, so I got to make sure that I'm recovering at a high level. And I had an unbelievable experience watching, guys like Drew Holiday, Al Horford's Ultimate Pros, how they took care of their bodies and stuff like that. So definitely learn from the best.
Hey, Peyton. What's your mindset on possibly starting this year? Is that something, you're a guy who always wants to push himself to another level. Is that something you want to strive for, or have you kind of grown comfortable with that sixth man and the routine of that? I think you talked a little bit about that last year as well.
It does not matter to me. Starting or coming off the bench, that's something that I have no control over. That's Joe's decision. But my only mindset is when I touch that floor, I bring my best. So if I am starting, I'm ready for that. And if I'm coming off the bench, I'm not going to be sour about it and hang my head. It's when my number's called, I'm ready. So, and that's really should be the mindset of this whole team. There's going to be people are going to be asked to do different things each night. Some guys are going to be asked to maybe not play as much, and how can you show up as a teammate? So it's another way of being a leader. Through all that, if Joe's going to ask me to come off the bench one game, start one game, keep the same attitude and approach through it all. So, yeah.
Hi, Peyton. How you doing, man?
Good.
Good. See ya. At your position, you were a dominant player at Oregon. Mm-hmm. Do you have that mindset at this point in your career in the NBA? And the other question I wanted to ask you, how are you guys actually dealing with Jason's injury? Do you guys talk about that, or are you supportive? How do you...
You want me to answer the first one or the second one? First. We'll start with JT's. You never want to see somebody get injured like that, but watching how he's been able to approach every day and the spirit he has is unbelievable, and I think he'll be better than what he was before. That's the type of mentality he has, and that's the type of work he's putting in. So I've been here since second week of August. Back and forth, even in the beginning of summer, and he's been in here every day training. So you definitely know he's motivated. And then your first question was, yeah, for sure. Like I said, I'm always searching to take a step. So, trying to better myself to be the best Peyton Pritchard possible on the court. So, just having that confidence and that swagger when I'm walking on the court that I believe I'm the best player. So that will never go away, and I'm looking forward to showing that this year. Thank you, guys.
start here.
Hugo, how you doing? ¿Cómo estás?
Bien, bien.
Hugo, can you please tell me in English and in Spanish, if you get a chance, to explain first how have you adapted to this Celtics culture, and how have you managed these expectations? Where there was a lot of talk about, you know, the star quality you have to yourself. Again, si lo puedes también repetir en español y un mensaje también para la comunidad.
Well, first of all, I think that I'm adapting to, I'm going to say Celtics. I'm going to say the American basketball is different from European one. It takes a process. It doesn't take 2-3 weeks. It's a little bit longer. Hopefully, I'll try to cut it up as much as I can. I think that I'm on a great path. But I think that you always have something to learn. I'm learning about more about the culture, learning about Boston as a franchise, but as a city, and adapting to the American basketball. So, as I said, it's different from European. It will take a little bit of time, but I'll try to adapt as soon as possible. Now in Spanish. Adaptarse al baloncesto en América es bueno, algo diferente al europeo. Lo voy a intentar llevar lo más rápido posible porque creo que también me están ayudando mucho para que así sea, pero no es un trabajo de 2 semanas y ya está. Pero bueno, como he dicho, lo intentaré llevar lo más rápido posible, así nos adaptamos lo antes posible y puedo ayudar al equipo a conseguir victorias.
La expectativa esa obviamente, tiene muchas cualidades, que la gente tiene mucha expectativa. ¿Cómo estás manejando esa presión?
¿En español?
Sí, por favor.
No, bueno, la verdad que no, expectativa ninguna. La verdad que la presión de jugar aquí es un poco similar, lo he dicho alguna vez, a jugar en el Real Madrid, y siempre se te pide que ayudes al equipo a ganar. No se me va a pedir que meta 50 puntos todas las noches, se me va a pedir que ayude al equipo a ganar. Es la expectativa que yo tengo sobre mí mismo y lo que tienen los entrenadores de alrededor. Entonces simplemente intentar ayudar al equipo lo máximo posible para conseguir victorias.
Pro season and you're playing in summer league and everything. Just what have the past few months been like since Vegas? Like, did you get to go back home? When did you come back here? Like, what was all that like?
I mean, it was kind of crazy, you know. Like my history with the draft night, like, we won Spanish League that same draft night, so I kept myself awake until 6 a.m. more or less. And then, you know, since I got drafted, I got like 2, 3, 4 days, I would say, before coming here, Boston, for prepare the summer league. Then summer league finished like late August, I would say. So I had another week and a half more or less, and then back to work. We have been working a lot. I think that work in the summer has been really good. And yeah, just as I said before in English and Spanish, just trying to adapt to a new game, and trying to contribute.
Hugo, this is your rookie NBA season, but last year you spent playing with probably around 10 guys who had NBA experience, which probably felt like a rookie season in itself. Just how did that experience help mature you and get you ready for this step into the NBA?
I mean, it helped me a lot. I got blessed that I got a lot of teammates that instead of trying to have an 18-year-old in that moment player to have them in a part, they got me under their wing and tried me to help me in that season, and especially also to adapt me for the next season, how it could look like in the NBA, the things that I need to improve and the things that is going to help me in the future. They did a super good job with me, like in that part. I'm super grateful for them. Yeah, as you said, I was playing with Facu Campazzo, Hazonia, Serge Ibaka that played a ton of years in the NBA, so feeling super excited for that.
Where do you feel like you've improved the most from the start of Summer League to now? And have you spoken with the team about possibly spending time with their G League affiliate in Maine this season?
I think that whatever plan they got is going to be all right. I'm just following the instructions they got for me. I think that the thing is they're going to be always honest with me, and whatever plan they got for me for the moment, it'll be good.
Final 2 questions, Justin and Derek.
Hugo, we saw you at the Patriots game yesterday with a couple of teammates. What's it been like getting to know those guys and spending time with them?
crazy. I don't know anything about football, American football, so I was just watching people running, honestly. Like, but you know, it's cool to get into the culture and to see a different sport, getting out of the comfort zone. So basically, just like good to have that type of experiences.
Final question, Gary.
Ugo, have you ate at restaurants around here? Do you enjoy the food? Will your family move out here? What will it be like to kind of acclimate you to Boston and the States for your rookie year, or will you be out here by yourself?
I'll try to have my family with me. I try to have also familiars traveling constantly in the year. You know, at the end of the day, I'm still 19 and living 8 hours in a plane trip away from your house. It's a lot of times hard. I'll try to have my family with me and you know, just trying to have them, but also adapt to a new place, because everyone does it at once at the time. So just trying to handle it the best way I can.
Are you being recognized in the streets?
I haven't been outside a lot of time. I gotta say, like I'm going practice and then going back home, working on whatever and visas with my family, or working into travels, scheduling, whatever, playing video games, and having dinner, resting. I'm occupied on that, so I didn't have a lot of walks. Whenever I got them, it has been beautiful city, so pretty good.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
How's it going, Josh? So some of the guys so far have talked about the pace you guys want to play at this year and almost like subbing in 4 or 5 guys and playing for as hard as you can for that stretch. What have you guys talked about in terms of that style that you want to play this year?
I mean, we definitely haven't talked about like how we're going to rotate it, but we definitely speak about just, I mean, you hit it right on the head. I mean, the pace we want to play with. We want to be the fastest team. You know, we want to have no lag time in any decision making we do, whether that be taking the ball out after a bucket or, you know, transition. Just we're definitely making it a point of emphasis to, you know, be the fastest team on the court.
You have physical tools to do a lot of things. This team values versatility. How do you think you can impact things here? And for where you are in your career and what you're trying to accomplish in the NBA, like how important is this season to you?
I mean, I'd almost consider this the one. You know, I'm really excited about being here. I feel like it's a great opportunity. I just want to impact winning, you know, whatever that looks like. So I feel like for me, it's defensive versatility, bringing energy, knocking down open shots, just doing what's required of me. But at the end of the day, I mean, you know, the number one goal is to win. So whatever's required of me, I mean, to accomplish that goal, that's what I plan on doing.
Josh, some of the other guys have mentioned that you guys have been in the gym a lot this summer with the coaching staff, trying to adapt to the way you guys want to play. Are there any specific coaches who have helped you in particular, and what have sort of those conversations and sessions looked like getting used to the way this team is going to play this year?
I've gotten really close with Deshaun, you know, one of the coaches here, player development. Say a lot of stuff we've been working on is just like different ways I can use my athleticism in defense to make, I guess, calculated risks. You know, whether that be when I'm square on the ball, you know, swiping at the ball. Learn a lot of interesting things here, truthfully, that I've like never heard of. Backpedaling on closeouts. A lot of like new concepts that's really cool that like people have introduced here. I mean, it's amazing. At the end of the day, I mean, we're learning. You know, it's not just all, you know, running up and down. Like, you know, it's just as much mental. So the different things I've learned here is it's been pretty cool to see like just the different approaches that the people here have to the game.
Keeping it with the coaches, what has it been like working with Joe Mazzulla here?
Man, it's amazing. He's inspiring, truthfully. You know, a little bit of a weirdo, but he's a great dude though, man. Like he's someone that like he inspires like passion. You know, he's definitely someone that like, man, just from the month and a half of knowing him, man, I feel like I'd run through a wall for him, man. Truthfully, like he just has that effect on people. He takes a lot of time into like personalizing his relationships with people. You know, he doesn't talk to any two people the same way because he understands that we're all different. And I mean, it's a blessing to be able to play for him.
Thank you, Josh.
Appreciate y'all.
to shut the club down with Sam. Let's go. Bring your best questions for him. Jack?
Sam, you guys had a lot of guys leave this summer, a lot of big voices, obviously Al Horford, Drew Holiday, those type of guys, and Jason. I know Jordan mentioned, seeing him not be quite as present as he's dealing with injury has taken an impact too. For you and for Jaylen and Derek and Peyton, how has your leadership role changed, and how is the whole team sort of like trying to elevate themselves to make up for those voices being gone?
Well, first off, hello, everybody. Hope summer was great. I think everybody kind of has to take advantage of like an opportunity that might not have been there if Jason were playing right away this season. I think it's a good opportunity to use our voices a little bit more than we maybe have taken a backseat to an Al or Drew because of their wisdom and how long they've been in the league. So I think it's a growing opportunity for a lot of guys this year.
Sam, we all saw the video of Jason, running up and down the court, shooting. I'm sure you've been able to see some of that up close. Just how have you started to see him do more and more as the months have gone on and you guys have been together here in the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, he's working his tail off, and ever since I've been back in Boston, he's in early. He's last one out. He's doing everything he can to try to get back and play as soon as possible, and we don't know when that's going to be, but hopefully it's this season. But he's doing everything he can in his power to get back to feeling good and feeling himself, and it's been pretty inspiring just to watch, and it makes you want to do a little bit more on the court when you're seeing him putting in all this extra work and recovery and treatment and all that. So it's been good.
How's your back? How are you feeling physically? And you're, as one of the returning guys on a team with a lot of turnover, what kind of like leadership role do you see yourself having this year as opposed to maybe in past years?
Yeah. Body's feeling pretty good. Took a lot of time off in the off season, just rest and recovery, which was needed. But in terms of leadership, I think, with the departures of Al, Drew, Luke, KP, I think, it's weird. Quickly enough, I've become one of the longest tenured guys here in a weird way. So I feel, and I played under Joe for a couple of years already. So just knowing what standards he has each and every day and trying to talk through him to the players and relay that message in the best way I can, and just to help these new faces get acclimated as quickly as possible is really important. And it's, like I said earlier, it's just a growing opportunity in a different way.
Yeah, Sam, along those lines, how do you prepare for that? I mean, probably more minutes, more opportunity, more will be asked of you. How did you approach that?
Sometimes you got to learn by getting thrown in the fire, I guess. So it's exciting. Try to take advantage of it and do the best I can. Try to, whatever that may be. I don't know exactly how it's going to look yet, but it's going to be a big opportunity for a lot of guys.
Sam, do you have individual goals for kind of things you want to try on the court this year that you haven't necessarily gotten the chance to do with such a loaded roster in years past, or parts of your game that like you've been working on behind the scenes that maybe you haven't necessarily done as much as a Celtic?
Yeah, I mean, been working on a lot of things like I do every summer. And I feel like this year I might be able to be put in situations that I haven't, like a ball screen or like a second side action where I'm handling and have to make a right decision, or it's a pass, a shot, whatever it may be. I'm excited for that, and been working on things like that this summer a lot, just in case that's the spot I'm put in. So kind of like I said there, I don't really know how it's going to look this year, but I'm excited for whatever.
Sam, did you ever feel uneasy this offseason, maybe being on the trade block with everything that was going on around the roster?
Yeah, of course. You try to block it out, but you really can't, to be honest with you. But I know it's part of the business. I was prepared for whatever. If I was going to get shipped, great. If not, I stayed, thankfully. Glad to be here. But even if I were shipped, I had no hard feelings here. They've given me an opportunity when nobody else did. They extended me. So like they had to do what they had to do, and I understood it. But I'm glad I'm here, to say the least.
There's been a lot of talk about, bonding experiences this summer, specifically with Jaylen. What have you noticed about his efforts to kind of bring the team together, especially as he's taking on this lead anchor role for you guys?
Yeah, I think he's naturally pretty good at rallying the troops. Like this on Sunday, he had a bunch of guys go with him to the Patriots game. Whoever was available went with him. So like stuff like that is cool, and a lot of guys who went were new faces, and it's a good chance for them to get to know Jaylen, him to get to know them, and create those bonds early, and then hopefully it just skyrockets from there.
Thank you, Sam.
Great summers, yep. Mr. Washburn, I'm good.
All right, everybody, questions for Jaylen Brown. Start with Megan.
Jaylen, you were at the Patriots game yesterday.
I
and
was.
Part of the Keeper of the Light tradition. What does it mean to you to be able to take part in some of the larger area sports traditions like that? And where do you see yourself in kind of the local fabric of the sports scene here?
Do you know what the Keeper of the Light tradition is? Because I asked like 5 people and nobody.
It's like ringing the bell and a Wahlberg stands up there.
Yeah,
every
but
game.
what is it ringing the bell? What does it symbolize? Does it symbolize anything, or is it just? I was just like alert everybody that the game is. Okay, gotcha. Paul Revere. Okay, that's some American history. It was fun. It was fun. Took some of the guys with me. It was a good experience. I'm scared of heights. That's something. So I didn't know that it was going to be that high up. But I think I overcame my fears. So just because you have fears doesn't mean you should let them stop you from doing what you want to do.
Hey, Jaylen, over here. You guys lost a lot of voices in the locker room this summer. Drew, Al, KP. How are you stepping up as a leader for this team? What have you done this summer? And how have some of your teammates who are here, who have been here for a few years, doing the same thing?
Yeah, it's a little bit sad. You know, a lot of the guys I spent a lot of time with. We had such a great group over the last couple of years. To see them not be around anymore, obviously, is gonna have an effect on our team. But we got 5 new players that we got to get onboarded and acclimated into the system. So, you know, I'm trying to expedite that chemistry building, that trust building, so you guys can see like a really good product when we get to the floor. But some of that stuff takes time, you know, so we'll see how it goes. We got a bunch of great guys, young guys, but integrating them into our system, our way of playing basketball, building that chemistry and trust doesn't happen overnight. So we got some work to do, but I'm looking forward to it.
John, then Bobby.
Jaylen, you seem to be putting yourself out there a little bit more. You're doing your streaming. You're doing a lot more, a little bit more visible than before. Is that part of a kind of like a new attitude, a new phase, a new approach? What's all that?
I think I would say that. A lot of times I've felt like I had to operate a certain way in order to try to kind of protect myself, and you know, it was kind of the way that I feel like I had to be in order not to like lose my mind a little bit. But I feel like I've gotten to a point in my life where I'm at peace, and I feel like I can express more of myself to the world in a sense where I just haven't opened up at all over the last 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years. So just starting that journey, I started maybe a year ago, you know, doing some different things, designing, you know, just expressing myself more creatively, but, you know, more so showing the world who Jaylen Brown really is.
Would you call that like just a different level? I'm going to say the word maturity, not that you were immature before, but like, is there a different level of maturity there?
I think just a different level of peace that I've been able to reach, you know, internally, where at times I would struggle with the dynamic between certain things, maneuvering through certain spaces, dealing with the media, dealing with the expectations, and dealing with, you know, the pressure that kind of comes with being in the position that you're in. So I had to like close myself off so I could not lose my mind a little bit. But I'm at the point now where I feel like, you know, I don't care. All the pressure, all the expectations, all that stuff is real, but I don't need to put anything extra on myself at all. You know, I know who I am. I know what I'm capable of. So I'm going to just shine my light and let the chips fall where they may.
Similar to that, how much are you looking at this year as an opportunity to show that you can do more, and, you know, with the extra opportunity that you have, you know, take advantage of that? And obviously you've had to sacrifice at different points in your career. Is that something you're thinking about going into this year?
Not really. I find at times it tries to like enter my brain, but not really. I feel like I've shown that at different points in my career. And I feel like, you know, that's the narrative or the storyline that everybody wants to go with. But, you know, I'm gonna approach it the same way I've always approached it. You know, obviously I'm gonna have more responsibility with Jason not being here, but it also gives a chance for other guys to step up. So empowering other guys, trusting your teammates more, you know, trying to, you know, accelerate guys' learning curve and play some good basketball. I think that's what people want to see.
Jaylen, it seems like a big theme of your summer has been community, whether in Boston or going back home and kind of going into schools, things like that. Even your Twitch streaming, you talked about like the fans that you're kind of dedicating the season to. Could you share a little bit more about what that's about, the idea that this season is kind of devoted to the people that have supported you, or kind of like what your mindset is there?
Yeah, like I've been in Boston for a long time, and, you know, I'm so grateful for all the people who have, you know, supported me. I'm grateful for the people who haven't, but I'm grateful for the people who have, you know. So I don't even call them fans anymore. They're like family or like supporters that just appreciate what you do on the court, but like what you do off the court as well, what you spend, how much time you spend in the community, how you allocate your resources, and who you are as a person, where sometimes that gets like put to the side, like where people only care about entertainment and they think that, you know, I'm here or we're here to just entertain, and that's where, you know, I disagree.
You said over the offseason that this is like a new era, or feels like a new era after all that's changed. You talked about onboarding the new guys, which is an interesting word. But what are the most important parts of the foundation that need to carry over to make sure that this next phase, whatever it is, goes well, and you guys can continue the success that you've built the last few years?
Yeah, I think the Celtic kind of way that we've been able to establish is, you know, unselfishness, versatility, being able to like empower our guys to step up and feel like, you know, comfortable enough that they can just be themselves. Also setting the tone on defense, making sure that we continue to maintain our effort on that, and just playing hard, playing unselfish, playing fast. I feel like that's the identity that we're going to build, and we're going to continue to emphasize throughout training camp. And I'm excited. We got some new faces, some new guys, you know, some new energy. Obviously, my teammates who are no longer with us I appreciate dearly. They help us bring us banner 18 in the championship. So, you know, I wish them well on their next phase. But now we're here. It kind of feels like a new era a bit, where we got some new people and things feel a little different. But I feel great. I feel very, very optimistic about this year.
Jaylen, you've done a lot of great things in your career, but it always seems like there's a kind of a narrative of people either expecting more or asking for more, or thinking you should give more. Is that something you're content with in terms of the outside perception, or does that motivate you when people are asking you to be the number one guy this year, the primary option, the scorer, the dude? You have been, along with Jason, but are the outside voices motivating for you, or do you tune them out, or have they changed your perception of what you think you should accomplish?
To be honest, I feel like in the past, the outside voices, I would be lying if I said they didn't motivate me, because they did. At this phase in my life, I'm not sure if I gained motivation from that. I feel like maybe the narrative that, you know, we have grown to see, like the one option or whatever the case may be, to me, that's never really been a thing. I think that's just only been basketball is not like that. People who know the game, it's like any given night, anything can happen, etc. And then like you have number one options on offense, but you also have number one options on defense, you know, and stuff like that. We only focus on the offensive side of basketball, but what about defense? You know, people who are purists of the game know how important defense is. It's equally as important as offense, if not more. But we only care, as you know, about the entertainment, about the highlights, about the step backs and the offensive part. But, you know, number one option has to do a lot with defense as well.
Jaylen, what can you say about the man to the left of me and how he's kind of supported you and you guys are supporting each other?
Who's that guy? I don't know who that guy is.
Mr. Bill Nye, of course.
Of course. No, it's an honor. I feel like it's Celtic history being able to have Bill Nye in the RVAC Center practice facility, that's pretty cool. We're gonna do some science experiments downstairs, and like the I would say the inner child in me, but just the me right now is excited. So no, it's an honor and a privilege, to be able to be here and talk about things outside of just sports and how it also correlates. Well, you have sports, but how sports correlates to science and education and learning, and how if you merge these worlds, that you can have a real impact on the next generation. We were just talking about physics, but we were also talking about like the science of sports, as well as like just normal science. I think there's, basketball is physics, it's motion, it's nothing but that. So being able to understand that to different levels and stuff like that, I think is a way to accelerate learning in the next generation and in our youth, rather than just dichotomizing these things like it's sports and there's science and there's history, and they all kind of correlate together.
I'll add to it. First of all, before we begin, I remind you all, defense wins games. Don't come running to me. Defense wins games. Then everything happens for a reason, and that reason is usually physics.
Yep.
Now, a question. WNBA coming on, fabulous, very entertaining to watch. They play with a synthetic ball. Have you guys thought about changing? My understanding is you give the new balls to the new guys and make them break it in because the balls are too difficult to get a grip on at first. Have you guys thought about changing to a synthetic ball?
100%. I think to this day we still use like pigskin as a basketball.
Yeah.
And I've actually pushed a few years back to make the ball more sustainable. I had an idea that I proposed, I think even to Boston. I don't know if Sully's here, but maybe he can back me on this. Propose like a basketball made of like recycled material of like trash in Boston. So it's like you have like a ball that's made from like the essence of like your environment, but it's all sustainable. But I think it got turned down.
Let's go.
No problem. Thank you, guys.
Hey, Derek. You guys lost a lot of voices in the locker room this summer, whether it's trades or guys leaving in free agency. I know Jaylen was talking about how, he stepped up to try to, welcome the new guys in and expedite that process. What have you been doing in that same regard, and how have you seen Jaylen and Peyton and the other guys who have been here for a while step up as leaders too?
Yeah, like you said, we lost a lot of guys that had a pretty big voice in our locker room, and so I think it's like on all of us to kind of step up in that aspect. And I know Joe has been on me a lot about it, so I'm trying to be better. But yeah, JB is trying to do some stuff like with the football game, and then some of us went to the concert yesterday. So like just getting to know each other on the court obviously is really important, but also getting to know everybody off the court as well. And so the more time we can spend together, the more time we can learn each other. It'll just help us on the court as well. And so, yeah, it's going to be all of us kind of stepping up in that leadership role. And like JB's doing a great job, and like Peyton, Sam, like everybody that's kind of been here for a while, just trying to make everybody feel welcome.
Derek, given kind of your humble beginnings, how special is it for you to be entering your 9th season in the league now?
It's pretty crazy. I don't know, where I was like, I never thought I'd make the NBA. Now I'm here 9 years. It's a big blessing. I'm thankful for it every day. You don't want to take it for granted. A lot of hard work, a lot of people that have supported me and helped me get to where I am. But it's just pretty insane.
Derek, you came here obviously from another system in San Antonio, and then kind of had to adjust. Can you like bond with Anthony on that level, coming from Portland and then kind of being thrown into this system and then trying to figure things out like you were maybe a few years ago?
Yeah, I mean, anytime you change teams, new system, new terminology, new roads, like everything's just so different. I know he's been here for a little bit, so I think that's probably the biggest difference between ours is like mine was like during the season, but he's been able to like come here, get his figure out where he's going and stuff like that, and he's doing a great job of just like asking questions, just wanting to learn, wanting to grow, and obviously super talented and can do a lot of things on the basketball court. So it's been great having him here, and like we just try to help him get up to speed as quick as possible and let him do what he does and like not have him try to be second guessing. But yeah, he's going to be a big time add for us.
Derek, who partied harder, you guys after winning a title or the Red Sox after clinching the playoffs?
Probably us after the title, but that's a little different. But yeah, it was a pretty fun thing to. I mean, I was in the clubhouse or nothing like that, so I don't know what they did back there, but it was cool to just be there in that atmosphere and like see a meaningful baseball game. It was really exciting.
Kind of going along with the theme of using your voice more, you started a podcast this summer. What has that experience been like, and does it change the way you feel about like doing media now, or even just like leading on as a teammate, that sort of thing?
Yeah, it's been fun. I didn't really know what to expect when they first came to me with the idea, but I mean it's really just me and my boy talking, just telling stories like we do usually. Now everybody sees them, so it's been a lot of fun. I mean, I don't know if I really consider myself as media now, but it is like a different side of something that it's been fun, like getting to learn more about and just kind of see how we're gonna grow and evolve as this year goes on. But yeah, just like it's a great way for me and my boy to just hang out and talk, and we're having a lot of fun with it.
How do you see you guys playing differently this year, given some of the new players that you have? How much are you talking about new styles on offense and defense so far? Like, what are you hearing about that?
I think every year you got to make little adjustments. You change those. You see what worked, what didn't work last year, and you make some adjustment. I think we're going to play faster, get out, run. We got a lot of guys that like to play fast and like to get out in transition, and so try to get out and run, and then defensively just try to be pest, try to create turnovers, which kind of helps our offense. And so try to get out, run, try to wear teams down and just going to be highly competitive.
Derek, along those lines, for you specifically, how do things change for you? I mean, you don't have Jason, you don't have KP, you don't have a lot of the elements out there that you played off of before. How does your specific game, how do you see that evolving this year?
Yeah, I might have the ball a little bit more than usual or than the last couple of years, but just try to do what I do. I'm not trying to like focus on like I need to come to the year. I need to average however many points, and this means like I know I don't play well when I start thinking like that. Just kind of read the game, read what my teammates are doing. We got a lot of guys that can do a lot of different things, and so some games maybe I'm on the ball more. And other games where I'll just be a spacer like I have been. So just understand that every game might be different and just do whatever the team needs me for that game.
With everyone taking on more responsibility this season, what are your individual goals coming into this year, and what's been the focus of your off-season training?
I think, like I just said, like I never want to like set like a goal like that because I've done that in the past and I didn't think that really helped me. But I think this offseason I just wanted to be just more consistent with everything. Like I had some games where I was like really good and some games where I was just up and down. So just try to be a little bit more consistent with everything. Probably have the ball more, so do a little bit more like ball screen work and stuff like that. But that's really just what I was trying to focus on. Just how can I be consistent day in and day out.
Derek, this year a lot of players with a lot of experiences like Drew, KP, L, and half the team were young. And with a brand new team and all the young faces right now, how do you see the transition of your leadership role this year?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of guys that had big voices, and like had did a lot of great things in the NBA. So I just think it's just up to the guys that have been here to kind of step up and welcome the new guys, try to get them adjusted to how we do things around here, because every organization is a little differently. But I think the off season and the summer, a lot of people were here and like we were able to kind of like set that foundation, and now it's just a chance for us to all build and grow and learn together and kind of have that open mind about how we're gonna do things this year.
Thank you, Derek. Thank you, everybody. It's a wrap on Media Day 2025. See y'all tomorrow. Do it again. Then